Active Directory Trust. It is a method that allows users of one domain to access the resources of another domain. So guys, let us say this ms.com is having one printer and mcsc.ms.com user wants to print from here. So to use the resources of other domain, these two domains should have the trust relationship. If they don't have trust, the resources of one domain can't be accessed by the other users. Okay, so it is a method that allows users of one domain to access the resources of other domain. And let us say this ms.com is having one computer and the user from, let us say the user is m1 @mcsc.ms.com. He can log on to this computer, okay, by entering this username m1 @mcsc.ms.com. Okay, he is allowed to access this computer from the different domains. So to access the resources, they should have the trust. These two domains should have the trust relationship, then only they can access. So if one domain wants to communicate with the other domain, there should be a trust relationship between them. So some trusts are created automatically. So some trust like parent and child domain. This is the parent domain. This is the child domain. So this trust is created automatically. In real example also, the father and son, you can say they trust each other. Okay, trust is created automatically. So the same way in domains also, parent and child, the trust is created automatically. And forest root domain and tree. So this is the forest root domain and this is the tree root domain. So here also the trust will be created automatically because they are the part of same domain. So the trust will be created automatically. The same way in your family members, so you will have the trust. Okay, and some trusts are created manually. So some trust, they are not created automatically, like we have forest 1 and forest 2. In our forest 1, we have ms.com, mcsc.ms.com, mysql.com, sys.mysql.com is there. In forest 2, we have different domain like ibm.com, sys.ibm.com. They are different families, so they don't trust automatically. So we need to make the trust between these two forests manually. Okay, some trusts are created manually. Trust between two forests. So we have two forests and we need to make the trust manually here. This is the manual trust. And trust relationships are created between old domain, old environment with new environment. Let us say this is the old environment with Windows NT operating system, and this is your new environment Windows 2022. So here you need to create the trust manually. Okay, and trust relationships are created between Microsoft and non-Microsoft environment as well. So this is your, let us say, Linux environment, and this is your Microsoft environment. So here also you need to create the manual trust between Microsoft and non-Microsoft environment. It is not created automatically. And guys, there are two trust categories. One trust category is called as transitive trust. The other one is called as non-transitive trust. So before moving forward, guys, just let me know if you have any doubt. So there are two trust categories. One is transitive trust. The other one is non-transitive trust. Let us try to understand the difference between transitive and non-transitive trust. So guys, we have three domains here. Let us say domain A, domain B, and domain C. So transitive trust, they are created automatically. So let us see how it is created automatically. Domain A trusts B. So domain A is trusting B, and this B is trusting C. So A will automatically trust C. This is the meaning of transitive trust. A is trusting B, B is trusting C, A will trust C automatically. So in our topology, this is our topology, guys. In our topology, ms.com trusts mysql.com. mysql.com trusts sales.mysql.com. So ms.com will trust sales.mysql.com automatically. So mysql.com trusts sales.mysql.com, then ms.com will trust sales.mysql.com automatically. This is the meaning of transitive trust. Let us try to understand the non-transitive trust. So non-transitive trusts are not automatic. If domain A trusts B, B trusts C, A will not trust automatically. Okay. If you want, you can create the manual trust, but it will not automatically trust the indirect domain. So we can create the manual trust between A and C if required. So an example of non-transitive trust, such as trust between a domain in one forest and a domain in another forest. So we have two forests here. Okay. And here they don't trust each other. Let us say this mysql.com is trusting ms.com. ms.com is trusting ibm.com. mysql.com will not trust ibm.com. Okay, it is called as non-transitive trust. So guys, trust is having directions as well. There are three trust directions. One is one-way incoming trust. The other one is one-way outgoing trust. The third one is two-way trust. Let us try to understand the difference between these three directions. Let us try to understand one-way incoming trust. One-way incoming trust means if ms.com trust one-way incoming with IBM, it is trusting one-way incoming, which means the ms.com users can access the resources of IBM. So whatever the users of ms.com are there, they can use the resources of ibm.com. Incoming means it is taking the services of the ibm.com. ms.com is taking the services, which means it can access all the resources. So services are coming here, that is why it is called as incoming. So ms.com users can access the resources of ibm.com, but ibm.com users can't access the resources of ms.com. It is one-way incoming. Services will come from IBM to ms.com, but IBM.com will not provide the resources to ms.com will not provide the resources to IBM.com. It is only one way. Let us try to understand. So here services are coming from IBM. That is why it is called as incoming. And we have one more direction, which is called as one-way outgoing trust. If ms.com trust one-way outgoing with ibm.com, what is the meaning? ms.com users can't access the resources of ibm.com. Outgoing means it will provide the services to ibm.com. ibm.com can access the resources of ms.com. Services are outgoing to ibm.com, but ibm.com users can access the resources of ms.com. So ms.com can't access the resources of IBM, and IBM users can access the resources of ms.com. This is the meaning. Fusion.
No, sir.
So what is one-way incoming trust? Guys, what is one-way incoming trust?
So if I want to resources of the one domain, but we don't allow to other domain to access our resources.
Very good. Now, let us see the one-way outgoing trust. So if ms.com trust one-way outgoing with ms.com, it is outgoing and it is one way. Let us say IBM.com is doing the project in ms.com. So the users of IBM.com I1, I2, and I3, they should access the resources. Then only they can do the project, right? They should have the access to the servers. They should have the access to the client machines. So in this case, what you will do, you will give the resources to the other company. Outgoing, you are giving the resources to the other company. That is why it is called as outgoing one way. But this U1, user 1, user 2, user 3 of ms.com can't log on to the computers of IBM.com because we are providing the resources to the other company. We are not allowing our users to access the other resources. Okay. So ms.com users can't access the resources of IBM.com. IBM.com users can access the resources of ms.com. Okay, so here the services are outgoing to IBM.com. And we have two-way trust. What is this two-way trust? If ms.com trust two-way with IBM, ms.com users can access the resources of IBM.com, and IBM.com users can access the resources of ms.com. Let us say ms.com has acquired IBM.com. It is a one company now. So in this scenario, what you will do, you will give two-way trust. So this user 1, user 2, user 3 can log on to any computer of IBM.com, and I1, I2, I3. These users can log on to any computer of ms.com. Now it is a one company and they can have two-way trust. So services are incoming and outgoing. And we have trust types as well. There are 5 types of trust. One is default trust. The other one is shortcut trust. The third one is external trust. The fourth one is forest trust. And the fifth one is real-time trust. We will discuss about these 5 types of trusts one by one. First, we'll see the default trust. So this default trust is two-way trust and it is intra-forest trust. Okay, default trust, let us try to understand what is the meaning. So as we have discussed, it is a two-way trust and it is transitive trust. Two-way transitive. Guys, what is the meaning of transitive? Transitive trust?
Manually, I think it to be trust.
No. Transitive means automatic. You have
Okay.
3 domains, A, B, and C. A trust B, B trust C. So A will trust C automatically. This is the meaning of transitive. And we can, it is a two-way, okay? So incoming and outgoing as well. So default trust is a two-way trust and it is created between all the domains in the same forest. So this default trust is created with all the domains in the same forest and it is created automatically when you join the domain. So this trust. This default trust is created between all the domains in the same forest automatically, which means users from any domain okay guys, so default trust means users from any domain can log in from any domain in the same forest because it is transitive. So let us try to understand with this example. So sales users, so here we have the sales users. So let us say S1, S2, S3 can log in as your client. So we have some computers here in Azure domain. These users can log on to these computers. Okay, it is in different domain. It is a different domain, but they are the part of same forest. So they will go to this computer and they will type the username @sales.mysql.com. So when they enter this username and password, the request will, so it will check the username and password with this domain. So how it will check it? It will send the request to mcsc.mysql.com. mysql.com will send the request to ms.com. ms.com will send the request to mysql.com. mysql.com will send the request to sales.mysql.com to check whether this user is available or not. If it is available, it will say that it is available to mysql.com. mysql.com will confirm the user to ms.com. ms.com will confirm the request to mcsc.ms.com. mcsc.ms.com will confirm the request with azure.mcsc.com. Then this domain will allow this user to access the computer, log on to this computer. So it will take time. You can see it has to go to MCSC, then MS, then MySQL, then sales. Then sales will confirm to MySQL. MySQL will confirm to MS. MS will confirm to MCSC. MCSC will confirm to Azure. So it will take time, but it will allow the other domain users to log in the same forest automatically, because the trust is automatic with default trust. Then guys, we have a shortcut trust, the second trust. So this shortcut trust is also, it can be one-way or two-way trust. It speeds up the inter-domain authentication traffic. So what you will do, you will create the shortcut trust between Azure and sales. Okay, so let us say S1 wants to access the computer of this Azure. It will enter the username s1@sales.mysql.com. So it will forward the request directly to sales.ms.com because we have created the shortcut trust between sales and Azure. So it speeds up the inter-domain authentication traffic. Then we have external trust. An external trust is a trust between domains in different forests. So we have two forests here. Okay, forest 1, forest 2. Under this forest 1, we have ms.com. Under this forest 2, we have ibm.com. And we want to make the trust. So ms.com is having one subdomain, mcc.ms.com. IBM is having one subdomain called sales.ibm.com. If you want to make the trust between these two subdomains, you will create the external trust. External trust between domains of different forests. So it is a mcsc.ms.com domain, sales.ibm.com domain. And it is one-way non-transitive trust. And external trusts are non-transitive, as we have discussed. What is the meaning of non-transitive? Let us try to understand. So mcsc.ms.com trust sales.ibm.com. We have created that trust. So these two domains are trusting each other. And sales.ibm.com trust ibm.com. So this trust, it is automatic trust between these IBM and sales.ibm.com. But mcsc.ms.com will not trust ibm.com. It is non-transitive trust. This is the meaning of non-transitive trust. Okay. We can configure the external trust to connect the older environment like Windows 2000 server and Windows NT domains as well. And we can configure the external trust between two subdomains. So we have two subdomains here. mcsc.ms.com is the subdomain of ms.com. sales.ibm.com is the subdomain of ibm.com. So these are the two subdomains. So we can create the external trust between these two subdomains, and we can create the external trust between subdomain and parent domain as well. So it can be between two subdomains, subdomain and parent domain, but not between parent domains. So external trust, it can't be between two parent domains. So if you want to connect two parent domains, we have a different trust. So it can't be a between two forest domains, you can say. So let us see the forest trust. So this forest trust is a trust between root domains. So these are the two root domains, ms.com and ibm.com. If you want to make the trust between these two domains, then you will configure the forest trust. It is also called as forest to forest trust. And guys, this forest trust, it is one way or two way and transitive trust. So it can be one way or two way, it is up to us. And it is a transitive trust. So, and it is supported from Windows Server 2003. And we have real-time trust. So what is this real-time trust? It is a trust between Windows and non-Windows environment. So here in this example, we have Windows environment here. And here we have Linux environment, non-Windows environment. If you want to make the trust between non-Windows environment and Windows environment, we need to create the real-time trust. So a real-time trust is a trust between Windows and non-Windows domain, and it can be one-way or two-way trust, and it is a non-transitive trust. Okay, non-transitive trust means here Azure is trusting MCTS. Okay, and Azure is trusting mcsc.ms.com as well. So this MCTS will not trust mcsc.ms.com automatically. It is called as non-transitive trust. So guys, any doubt? Any confusion? Do not hesitate to ask any doubt. Even if it is a small doubt, you can ask me. Guys, please confirm if you have any doubt or not.
No doubt, sir.
No doubt.
Okay. Now guys, we'll do this lab. We'll configure the external trust. So this is our scenario. Let us say we have two domains, ms.com and ibm.com, and create the forest to forest trust between. So these are the two different forests. It is forest 1 and it is forest 2. And we want to create the trust between these two forests. So we will create the forest to forest trust. And the IP addresses of this domain controller of ms.com is 10.0.0.1 and preferred DNS is 10.0.0.1 and ibm.com IP address is 10.0.0.50 and the preferred DNS is the same 10.0.0.50, but ADNS of this ibm.com will be 10.0.0.1 and ADNS of this ms.com will be 10.0.0.5. The connectivity should be there and the ADNS The ms.com ADNS will be the IP address of IBM, and IBM ADNS will be the IP address of the ms.com domain controller. So trust will be created one domain, and to connect the different network we use the router. So guys, in our network we are using the, in our lab we are going to configure the same network, which is 10.0.0.0, but in real networks IBM will have the different network, ms.com will have the different network. So to make the communication between these two different networks, we use which device, guys? If you want to make the communication between two different devices, which device we need?
Router.
Pardon?
Router.
We need a router. So in real networks, you will have the router. To connect the different networks, you use a router. Okay. And you will take the help of network engineer there. So guys, let us have these two servers first, ibm.com and ms.com. So I have already created one virtual machine. I have already installed the Windows operating system on that virtual machine. Okay, let me open that virtual machine. This is our folder, and I have already created one virtual machine here, server 5, ibm.com. So guys, operating system is installed. Let me power on this machine. So let us provide the password. Operating system is installed only, and we need to install the tools, and we need to join the, and we need to, it is the new domain. Okay, so we need to create the new domain here, ibm.com. Okay, we'll do this lab and conclude the class. So it will take around half an hour, guys. Meantime, Meantime, we'll power on this client as well. So I have created one more virtual machine. I have installed the Windows 10 operating system, and it is the IBM client. You'll install the tools. Or guys, let me make these two machines ready and we'll do the lab tomorrow. Okay. You know how to create the domain controller, or you want me to show you? What say, guys?
Up to you, sir.
Okay, you want to see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us configure the tools first. Okay, we'll go to this PC. Okay, so this is a problem without this VM tools. Or set up the icons. Right click on start, settings, personalization. We'll select the themes. desktop icon settings. Then we'll go to this PC. And we'll install the VMware tools. So meantime, we'll change the computer name. Server 05. Next. So we'll start it later. Let the tools to be installed. We'll click finish. Restart the server. So we'll install the Active Directory. So guys, how to install the Active Directory services, ADDS? Hello. Guys, how to install the ADDS? Where should we go?
Go to server manager, add roles and features.
Very good. Server manager is there. Then we have add roles and features. Then we'll click next. Next. And we need to change the IP address. Okay, this is not the correct IP address. So we'll go back and see pa.cpl. We'll go to the network adapter. Properties. The IP address we have decided 10.0.0.50 10.0. Sorry. So if you are in a different network, you need to provide the gateway here. If you are using the router. In our lab, we don't need the gateway. 10.0.0. What should be the PDNS?
19.
Pardon?
1.
PDNS 50. Same as IP address. And ADNS What should be the ADNS?
10.10, sir.
IP address of this ms.com domain, correct? Why 10?
Because that's we are linking both.
10.0.0.1 is the IP address of this ms.com, correct? So then we'll close it. We'll cancel it. We'll cancel this as well. Now let us add the roles and features. Next. Still, it is having the old IP address. Add roles and features. It is collecting the information, the latest information now. It should get the latest IP address as well. We'll click next. You can see the IP address is 10.0.0.50. Then we'll click next. And which option we need to select here?
So second one, sir.
Active
option.
directory domain service.
Active Directory Domain Services. Add features. We'll click next. Then we'll install it. So let the service to be installed. So we need the client as well. So let us set up the client as well. So the operating system is installed. We need to install the VM2 and change the host name. We'll change the PC name. So installation succeeded. You close it. And what should be our next step?
Add domain.
Pardon?
Need to add domain.
We will promote the MS.
Yeah. So ADDS is installed. We need to promote it to domain controller. So promote this servers to a server to a domain controller. And we are creating a new forest here, ibm.com. Then we'll click next. Okay, so here it has selected the function level 2016. So we'll go with the default setting and we'll create the DSRM password. We'll click next. So it will install DNS. Then we'll click next. Under. So NetBIOS domain name is IBM. We'll click next. Next. It is verifying the prerequisites to install the domain controller. So if you see here, prerequisite checks passed successfully. So we can install the domain controller. So it is installing DNS now. Let us see here on the client machine. Click yes. Skip. It is restarting the server now. We are setting this computer for an organization, not for home. Click next. Join the domain. Rename. Awesome. Anything. Hyderabad. Your nickname is Asif. Will accept. Will log on to this server. Wait for few seconds. So if you see, Active Directory services are there, and if you go to command prompt, net accounts, this is your primary server, and if you want to verify the domain, right click this PC, properties, then we'll go to advanced system settings, computer name, and you can see it is ibm.com. It is a separate forest, and this is our IBM client. Only the operating system is installed. We need to install the tools as well, VMware tools. Personalization, themes, desktop icon settings. Select the icons. Then we'll go to this PC. Let us first install the tools. Then we'll change the name. So it is preparing to install the VMware tools. We'll change the host name. And let us configure the IP address. Te- 10.0.0.51, and the preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.50, and alternate DNS you can give 10.0.0.1. You click OK, and we'll restart this PC. Restart is pending. We have changed the host name and we have configured we have installed the tools as well. Let us log on to this IBM client. And we'll join this PC to ibm.com domain. So right click this PC, then you will go to properties. Then you will go to advanced system settings. Under this computer name, you will go to change. It is in work group by default, and we'll select this domain bm.com. We'll provide the administrator username and password of ibm.com. So it has joined the ibm.com. So guys, this is our environment. We have ms.com, we have ibm.com, and we need to create the trust, forest to forest trust between these two domains. So we'll see this lab tomorrow. Okay, so please let me know if you have any doubt in today's class. Okay, guys. So see you tomorrow. Take care. So, guys, we are discussing about trust. What is trust? Why do we need trust between two domains? Guys, any idea? Yesterday's topic. Why do we need trust?
Yes, sir. Someone, we are allowing them access to our machines.
Very good. To allow the resources. Okay, let us say we have two domains here, two forests here, ms.com and ibm.com. Alhamdulillah. Excuse me, guys. So here we have two domains, and we want this the users, let us say users of ms.com m1, m2, m3 use the resources like computers of ibm.com. So these users of ms.com, okay, they can't directly go and log on with their user accounts to the IBM machines. They should have the trust. These two forests should have the trust. Then only this M1, M2, M3 can log on to the IBM computers. So we have seen different types of trust. So today we are going to see how to establish the forest trust. So we have two different forests, ms.com and ibm.com. The IP address of this ms.com is 10.0.0.1. Preferred DNS is 10.0.0.1 and alternate DNS is 10.0.0.50. This 50 IP address is the IP address of ibm.com. Then preferred DNS of ibm.com is 10.0.0.50 and ADNS is 10.0.0.1 and it is the IP address of ms.com. This is our scenario and we have already created this scenario yesterday. And trust will be created on one domain. So guys, what we are going to do, we'll configure the trust on ms.com. And to connect different networks, we use the router. So here in our lab, we are using the same network. ms.com is using 10.0.0.0 network and ibm.com is also using 10.0.0.0 network. But in real networks, IBM will have a different network, ms.com will have a different network. To make them communicate, we need a router in real networks. So it is the responsibility of network engineer to make the communication between these two different networks. All you have to do is to take the IP address of IBM and you will add it here in alternate DNS. Then guys, what we will do, we will make the trust between these two different domains. So before making the trust, we will do some pre-trust verification. We'll do some verification, then we'll configure the trust. So we'll verify if there is any trust configured on both the servers or not. So how to verify? You will go to server manager. Okay, you will go to server manager, then you will go to tools. Under tools, you will go to Active Directory, domains and trusts. You will select this option. You will get this window. Okay, so you will right click, then you will go to properties. You will go to the properties of ms.com and ibm.com. So first we'll go to the properties of ms.com, right click on ms.com properties. You will get this window. Under this window, you will go to trusts. And guys, if you see, the default trust is, the automatic trust is mcsc.ms.com is there, mysql.com is there. This is the outgoing trust. Then incoming trust, it is having mcsc.ms.com and mysql.com. These are the trusts created automatically because they are the child domains of this ms.com, and we have discussed it is automatic trust, but it doesn't have any ibm.com. Okay, we need to create the trust manually. ibm.com is not, so no trust between ms.com and ibm.com. Then we'll go to ibm.com server, properties again, you will go to server manager, tools, then active directory domains and trust. You will go to ibm.com properties and you will go to trust. So there is no trust here in our lab. We didn't create any trust here. Okay, we didn't create any child domain of ibm.com. So there is no child domain, there is no ms.com here. Okay, so no trust between ms.com and ibm.com. Let us verify it first. So we'll open our domain controller. And guys, we'll change the name to ms.com. Okay, to make it clear. Let us make it ms.com dc ms.com domain controller. And we'll open the client machine. Workstation 1. And this is the ms.com client. Let us change the name of this workstation as well. Let us add ms.com here. And then we have ibm.com. Then we have ibm.com client as well. MS client. It is ibm.com server and it is ibm.com client. We'll power on the devices. Okay, so meantime, we'll check the theory. Okay, so we'll do the verification and lab together. Then we need to create the trust. So trust is not there between IBM.com and ms.com. So we need to create the trust. How will you create the trust? These are the steps. Again, you will go to server manager, then you will go to tools. Under tools, you will select Active Directory, domains and trusts. After that, you will right click. So let us say we are on ms.com domain. So you will right click on ms.com, then you will click properties. Under this properties, you will go to trust, and again, there is no trust, there is no IBM.com here, and we want to create the trust with IBM.com. So you will select this option, new trust. Then you will get this window, you will click next. Here, with which domain, with forest you want to create the trust, you need to provide the name here. So we want to create the trust with IBM.com. So we'll provide the name of the domain here, domain name, and we'll click next. After that, you will get two options here, external trust and forest trust. So guys, we are going to create the forest trust here, not the external trust. So we will select this option, forest trust. So select the forest trust type, and you need to note one thing here. Sometimes due to connectivity issues, you will get RealM trust instead of forest trust. Here you will get the RealM trust instead of forest trust. So if you do not get the forest trust, which means there is a connectivity issue, you should check the IP address, preferred DNS, ADNS, if it is correct or not. If it is correct, then only you will get the forest trust. Otherwise, you will not get the forest trust. And power on the ADC if it is powered off. So you need to power on the ADC as well. Okay. Try to check if you are not getting the forest trust. Then you will click next after selecting the forest trust. You will click next. And here you have three options: two-way, one-way incoming, one-way outgoing. So two-way means IBM users can use the resources of ms.com. ms.com users can use the resources of IBM.com. One-way incoming means ms.com users, if you select one-way incoming on ms.com, so they can, these users, let us say M1, M2, M3, these are the users, they can utilize they can use the resources of IBM.com. It is called as one-way incoming. The resources are coming from IBM.com. If you select one-way outgoing, so IBM users can use the resources of ms.com. Okay, we are sending our resources. There is a outgoing of our resources to IBM.com. So we'll select two-way option. Let us say ms.com has acquired IBM.com. Okay, so these two companies belongs to same organization. Okay, so you will select two-way here. So select the direction of the forest as per the requirement. So based on the requirement, you are going to select the direction, but in our case, we'll select two-way. Then you will get this option. This domain only create the trust for the following, and you will get this option, this domain only, and both this domain and a specified domain. So guys, if you select this option, this domain only, so this option will create the trust in the local domain, which means ms.com is trusting IBM.com. Okay, only. But IBM.com doesn't trust ms.com. So from, if you want to create the trust from IBM to ms.com, so IBM.com administrator will create the trust from their side. If you select this option, ms.com is trusting ibm.com, ibm.com is not trusting ms.com. You need to contact IBM administrator and you should ask him to create the trust on their server as well. If you select this option, both this domain and specified domain, which means from this ms.com server, you can create the trust on your server and ibm.com server as well. But when you select this option, you need the administrator username and password of ibm.com. Okay, so let us say he is ready to give the username and password. You will select this option. He is not ready to give the username and password, so you have two options. You can ask him to come at your site and provide the type the username and password, or you will select this option only, this domain only. So this domain only means it will create the trust between ms.com and ibm.com, and you will contact ibm.com administrator to create the trust on their site. Okay, so the trust must also be created in the remote domain if you select this first option. So if you select the second option, both this domain and the specified domain, this option will create the trust in both the domains. It required the administrator credentials of remote domain, that is ibm.com. So you should have the administrator username and password of ibm.com when you select this second option. So we'll select second option. We have the username and password of ibm.com. Then guys, we need to provide the credentials of ibm.com administrator username and password. So you can see here administrator at that ibm.com password. We have given the same password mcsc 123 $. Then we'll click next. So just one second, let us see what is happening here. Okay, let us power on this ibm.com as well. Now you will get this window. Select the scope of authentication for users from ibm.com forest. If you select this forest wide authentication, this option will allow the forest users to access the local forest resource. If you select this first option, it will allow ibm.com to access your resources. If you select this second option, so IBM users can log on to any domain in ms.com. If you select this first option. If you select the second option, selective authentication, this selective authentication option will not allow remote forest user to access the local forest resources automatically. IBM users need permission from ms.com administrator to log into any domain. So if you select this option, ibm.com needs the permission. If you select this option, they can access the resources without any permission. So we'll go with first option, forest-wide authentication. Then select the scope of authentication for users from local forest, which means this option will allow the local forest user, which means ms.com users to access the ibm.com resources automatically. So which means ms.com users can log in to any domain of IBM. You can see local forest. If you select this option for local for ms.com, these ms.com users can access the resources of ibm.com automatically without any permission. If you select this option, selective authentication for local forest, this option will not allow the local forest user with ms.com users to access the remote forest users, which means ibm.com resources automatically. ms.com users need permission from ibm.com administrator to log into any domain. Then you will click next. Okay, after that, the trust selection complete. The new trust wizard is already created. So ready, so he is ready to create the trust. So you will click next. It is ready, right? Not created. Then the trust relationship was successfully created. Then you will click next. Then you need to confirm. Okay, confirm outgoing trust. Yes, we have selected the incoming and outgoing trust. After that, we need to confirm it again. So yes, confirm the outgoing trust. Then you need to confirm the incoming trust as well. Yes, confirm the incoming trust. After that, completing the new trust wizard, you will click finish. The trust is created between ibm.com and ms.com. And if you check, if you verify again, you will see ibm.com here. Okay. Outgoing trust, ibm.com. Trust type is forest and it is transitive. And incoming trust, ibm.com. Trust type is forest and it is transitive. Trust is created. If you go to ibm.com, okay, so you will get this ms.com here in outgoing trust for trust type forest and transitive. And for incoming trust, ms.com forest type, oh, so trust type is forest and it is transitive. Trust is created. So now what we'll do, we'll go to IBM client. IBM client, and we will log on with S1 user, s1@ms.com. So it will allow you because the trust is there. Okay, guys, so let us do this lab. First, we'll do the verifications. We'll go to ms.com domain controller first, and we'll verify whether the trust is there or not. Meantime, we'll log on to IBM server as well. We'll wait for a few seconds. We'll let the server to settle down. So guys, in this lab, we don't need ms.com client. We'll shut it down. Okay, let us verify if the trust is there or not. So we'll go to tools. Then we'll go to Active Directory domains and trusts. If you see here, if you go to ms.com, it is having the trust with mcsc.ms.com. Okay, you will see this mcsc.ms.com. We'll go to ms.com, right click, then you will go to properties. If you go to trust, the default trust is with mcc.ms.com and mysql.com. These are the domains, they are the part of the same forest, but it doesn't have the ibm.com here. If you go to the ibm.com domain controller, we'll go to tools, active directory, domains and trusts. Right click on ibm.com, properties, trusts. So it doesn't have any trust and we didn't create any subdomain here. So you're not finding any subdomain. We have created only ibm.com and it doesn't have any trust with any domain. Now what we will do, we'll go to ms.com. We are the administrator of ms.com. We'll create the trust. So how to create the trust? Okay, we'll do it from starting from scratch. You will go to server manager, then you will go to trust tools, then active directory, domains and trusts. Right click on ms.com, then properties. You will go to trust and you will select this option, new trust. We'll click next and we'll provide the domain name here, ibm.com. With ibm.com, we need to create the trust. We'll click next. So before that, okay guys, you can see here, we are getting real-time trust with Windows domain. We are not getting the forest trust here. So we need to check the IP addresses. As we have discussed, if you do not see the forest trust, which means there is some issue with the IP address, alternate DNS, PDNS. So let us verify the DNS here, ncpa.cpl. Properties. And if you see, preferred DNS is 10.0.0.1, but it doesn't have any alternate DNS. So we need to provide the IP address of ibm.com here, 10.0.0.50. And we'll go to ibm.com client, server. And here also we'll verify. And here we need to provide the PDNS as 10.0.0.50 and ADNS 10.0.0.1. Now guys, we'll try one more time. We should get the forest trust. So we'll cancel it. Okay, we'll close this one as well. We'll open the server manager. Then we'll go to tools, active directory, domains and trusts. We'll go to MySQL, right click, properties, trust, new trust. We'll click next. Let us type ibm.com here. Now guys, if you see, we are getting external trust and forest trust. So we'll select forest trust, then we'll click next. So we need two-way trust, which means ms.com users can access the ibm.com resources. ibm.com users can access the ms.com resources. Okay, guys, what will happen if we select one-way incoming? Hello.
So only ms.com will have the access to access the machines of IBM. IBM will not have access.
Very good. If we select one-way outgoing,
IBM.com user can access ms.com, but ms.com user cannot access.
very good. So we'll select two-way. Then we'll click next. And if you select this domain only option, what will happen? Okay, here, side of trust. If you select this domain only, what will happen? This is ms.com and this is ibm.com. And we are creating trust as at ms.com. If you select this option, this domain only, it will create the trust from
It will create the
ms.com.
trust only for ms.com.
Yeah, ms.com from IBM. Okay, and you will contact the ibm.com administrator and you will ask him to create the trust between IBM to ms.com. Let us say he is not ready to provide you the credential. So in this case, what you will do, you will create the trust from ms.com to ibm.com and you will contact ibm.com administrator to create the trust. He is ready to provide the credential or he is ready to come at your office, okay, at your site. Then you will select this option, both this domain and a specified domain. So if you select this option, it will create the trust. It will create the trust between ms.com and from ms.com to ibm.com, ibm.com to ms.com. It will create the trust in two ways, but you need the credentials, you need the username and password of administrator of ibm.com. So guys, we have the username and password. So we'll go with both this domain and a specified domain. Then here we need to provide the IBM administrator username and password, administrator@ibm.com, and the password is mcse123#. Let us say he is ready to come at your site, or you know the password, then you will go with the second option. Then we'll click next. It is contacting the ibm.com to verify the username, and forest wide authentication, which means IBM users. Okay, outgoing trust local level for forest here. So if you select this first option, forest wide authentication means ibm.com users, they can access the resources without any restriction. If you select this option, they need the permission from our administrator, from ms.com administrator. Let us click next. And this is for the local forest. If you select this first option, which means local forest user or ms.com users can access the resources of ibm.com without any restriction. If you select this option, ms.com users need the authentication from ibm.com administrator. So let us select the first option. Then we'll click next, 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 next. Yes, we need to confirm it here. Okay. Yes, confirm the outgoing trust. Yes, confirm the incoming trust. Then we'll click next, then finish. So let us verify whether the trust is created or not. We'll go to IBM, ms.com, right click, properties. So guys, if you observe here, in outgoing trust option, we have IBM.com. Trust type is forest and it is transitive. In incoming trust, we have IBM.com. Trust type is forest and transitive is yes, it is transitive. We'll go to IBM.com. We didn't do anything on IBM.com, but IBM.com will form the trust from IBM to MS.com because we had that credentials. We had provided the credentials. IBM administrator. Let us go to the server manager. We'll go to tools. Then we'll go to Active Directory domains and trusts. We'll go to IBM, right click, properties, trust. You can see it is having outgoing trust with ms.com and it is having incoming trust with ms.com. We didn't do anything on IBM.com. We had configured the trust from this ms.com domain. Now guys, what we will do, we will log on to this IBM client from ms.com user. So we'll take any user from ms.com. So let us log on with S1 on this IBM client. So you need to you can see it is the IBM client. You need to provide the complete name here with domain name. So S1 @ms.com. Then you will type the password 123. Okay, if you see here, it is allowing you to log on with ms.com username. So guys, we have logged in to IBM client using ms.com user. So this IBM client, it will contact with IBM.com. IBM.com is having the trust with ms.com. So it will contact ms.com and it will check whether this user is available or not. It is available and it will confirm and it will tell the IBM.com that the username and password is correct and it will allow S1 @ms.com user to access to this client. And if you can create the username and passwords in IBM.com and you can log on with ms.com client. Clear everyone? Any doubt?
No, sir.
So we are able to log on to this computer. Anyhow, if you see here, it is IBM.com and we have logged on with ms.com user. So we'll discuss Active Directory partitions in this section. Okay, so what is Active Directory? It is a Microsoft Server operating system role. Okay, so how will you install the Active Directory? You will go to Server Manager. You will select this option, Add Roles and Features. In Server Roles, you will get this option, Active Directory Domain Services. So it is a server role of Microsoft Server operating system. So guys, a directory service such as Active Directory Domain Services provides a method for storing directory data and making this data available to the network users. So Active Directory Services, it stores the data and it provides the data to the users and administrators. For example, ADDS stores the information about user accounts such as name, password, phone number, so on, and enables authorized users on the same network to access this information. So it will store some information and it will provide the information to the users and administrators. What kind of information, like username, telephone number, passwords, and everything. So this data store is also known as directory, contains the information about the directory objects. These objects typically include shared resources such as servers, volumes, printers, and the network users and computer accounts. So all the Active Directory information is saved in ntds.dit file. So what is this ntds.dit file? It is a database of Active Directory. What is the database of Active Directory? ntds.dit. So we have discussed Active Directory saves some information. So where is this information saved? Where is this data saved? In a database called ntds.dit file. Okay, NTDS stands for New Technology Directory Services. DIT stands for Directory Information Tree. So guys, if you remember this path while we installing the Active Directory, okay, for database folder, it will save this database folder in C, Windows, NTDS. File log files folder, okay. What is this? It stores the log files of Active Directory, and this is the folder. C, Windows, NTDS. Sysvol, it will have the policy information. It stores the policies of Active Directory, and this is the path. C, Windows, Sysvol. So if you see here NTDS, this is the database of Active Directory, and this is the path. Let me show you. C, Windows, NTDS. Okay, this is the folder where the database is saved. Okay, guys. This is the database. If you right click properties, and it is 66.4 MB. The size, current size is 66.4 MB. Okay. The default size when we install the Active Directory, the default size of Active Directory is 18 MB, and it gets increased when we save the data. And guys, this Active Directory is having 4 logical portions. Okay, this Active Directory is divided in, or that it is like this one, it is having 4 portions. So in the first portion, it is a schema portion, partition, you can say schema partition. And the second partition is called as configuration partition. And the third partition is called domain partition. And the fourth partition is called as application partition. So let us see what is the use of these four partitions. So it is having four logical partitions, and each partition has its own name and information. So you can see schema partition, configuration partition, domain partition, and application partition. So let us see what is the use of these four partitions. First, we'll see the schema partition. So what is this schema partition contain? It contains rules and definition information. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of this rules and definitions information. This schema partition defines the layout of database. It defines what can be stored in the Active Directory database. Okay, it defines the layout of schema partition, or the what do you say? The definitions, rules and definitions of the schema. Okay, let us see the configuration partition. What is the use of this configuration partition? This configuration partition contains the logical structure of Active Directory information, like what is DC, okay, ADC, child domain, and trust. It will have the logical structure of all the domains of your forest. So this partition contains the configuration information of whole forest. For example, it contains the information about sites in the forest, partition defined in the Active Directory database. Okay, so it will have the information about the complete forest, how many domains are there, how many active directories, how many additional domain controllers are there. You will get this information. And we have domain partition. This partition contains specific domain object information. So in ms.com, we have created users, clients, groups, and OUs. This information will be saved in domain partition. User, client, groups, and OUs. This information will be saved in the domain partition. And we have application partitions. So guys, Windows servers are having some services like DNS, DHCP, WDS, etc. So these services information is available in the application partition. Application partition means service. It contains the integrated services with Active Directory. Whatever the services are integrated, whatever the services are there in Active Directory, it will have this information. Active Directory has some applications like DNS, DHCP, etc. So this application information is there in application partition. So guys, we will discuss about Active Directory rows. Okay, in this Active Directory rows, we will see what is this global catalog. We have already discussed about these rows like naming master, schema master, RID master, PDC emulator, infrastructure master. It is having one more role which is called as global catalog. These 5 rows, they are called as FISMO rows. Okay, and FISMO stands for flexible single master operation role. So single master means these rows will be installed only on the master server. These rows will be installed only on the domain controller. Flexible means we can transfer these rows. So we have seen we have transferred the rows, these FISMO rows, from the domain controller to additional domain controller. And we made this additional domain controller. Okay, and we didn't discuss about this 6th role, which is global catalog. Let us see what is this global catalog. So it is a multi-master operation role. Multi-master operation role can be installed on multiple domains. So guys, this role, this global catalog, it can be installed on any domain. By default, it will be installed on domain controller, but it can be installed on ADC, it can be installed on any subdomain as well. But what is the use? What is the purpose of this global catalog? Let us try to understand. This global catalog contains the complete information of host domain. We will try to understand what is the meaning of this host domain, and it contains the partial information of other domains in the forest. Okay, so this, let us say we have installed the global this global catalog is installed on domain controller by default. So this global catalog will have the information of this domain controller. Okay, what is this host domain? The server which runs the global catalog services is called as host domain. So it will have the information of this domain controller, and it will have the partial information. It will have some information of other domains like mcsc.ms.com, mysql.com. It is having the information, but it will not have the complete information. It will have the partial information of other domain. So when we install the domain controller, when we install this root server, this option global catalog, it will be checked automatically. We can't uncheck it because it is a mandatory service. So guys, this global catalog, it is a mandatory service. And let us say you have 5 domains in your network, 5 domains. The parent domain or forest domain must have this global catalog. At least one global catalog should be installed in the forest. Okay, it is a mandatory service. That is why we can't uncheck it on the domain controller. It is also called as forest root domain controller. So it is also called as forest root domain controller. Now DC will have the complete information of its own domain. How many clients are there, how many member servers are there, backup servers are there in this global catalog. This global catalog will have the information about this current server, and it will have the partial information of other domains. So guys, as we have discussed, this global catalog is installed on the parent domain. So let us say global catalog is installed here. And it will have the information of all the users, groups, and OUs of this current server. And it will have the partial information of mysql.com, sales.mysql.com, mcsc.ms.com, azure.mcsc.ms.com. It is having the partial information. So subdomains don't have the information about the other domains. They will send the request to global catalog. Let us say this Azure user, let us say A1 wants to log on to any PC in sales domain. So what it will do? It will go to sales domain and it will type A1 at the rate azure.mcsc.ms.com. So this sales domain doesn't have any information about this A1 user. All the informations are available in the global catalog of ms.com. So it will forward the request to mysql.com. mysql.com will forward the request to this global catalog, or it will forward the request to ms.com. ms.com will check the information in global catalog. So it will see that azure.mcsc.com domain is available. So it will redirect the request to mcsc.ms.com. mcsc.ms.com will forward the request to azure.mcsc.ms.com. So guys, this global catalog is like the index of a book. So you will see the topic and you will see the page number, then you will go to the page number. So the same way, this global catalog will see that azure.com is available and it is available here, so it will forward the request. So you can see it is taking a lot of time to verify the thing. So subdomains don't have the information about the other domain, they will send the request to global catalog. So we can create the global catalog on child domain to make the process fast. So by default, the global catalog is created on ms.com, but we can create the global catalog on the subdomains as well to make the process fast. If you create the global catalog here and Azure user A1 wants to log on to this sales PC, so it will not verify the things with ms.com. It is having the complete information and it will directly contact the Azure server. Okay, so when we enable the global catalog in child domain, when we enable the global catalog here in child domain, it will have the information about the other domains, which will make the logon faster. So we can, guys, we can configure ADC without a global catalog. We can uncheck it. For the child domain also, we don't need the global catalog. So at least we should have one global catalog. It is not mandatory that all the domains should have the global catalog. Okay, you should have at least one global catalog. So we can uncheck the global catalog option in ADC. We can uncheck the global catalog in Azure in sales as well. Okay, global catalog is available on ms.com only by default. What is the meaning of partial information? Partial information means ms.com will have the other domain information, but it doesn't have the information of clients. It will have the information like this domain is available here. It doesn't have the information about clients, how many clients are there, what is the client name, okay, how many groups are there, what is the group name. It doesn't have the information. It will just forward the request to the, it will see the catalog, it will see the, what is the index, and it will, based on that index, it will forward the request to the domain. So guys, how to enable the global catalog on child domain? By default, it is enabled on the domain controller, but we want to enable this global catalog option on child domain as well. How will you enable it? So you will go to server manager, then you will go to tools. Under the tools, you will have Active Directory sites and services. Then you will expand this sites option. You will expand this default first site name option. Then you will expand server option. You will get the different, all the domains which you have created in your forest here. Child domain. Okay, these are the names. Okay, NDF, MySQL, server 1, server 2. These are the domains. And let us say we want to enable this global catalog on child domain, or we want to enable this global catalog on server 2. You will select, you will expand that server and you will select this option, NTDS settings. Then right click properties. Then you will select this general option and you will enable the global catalog option here. Then you will click OK. It is enabled. Okay, so let us enable the global catalog on any child domain. We will go to server manager, then we'll go to tools, then Active Directory sites and services. Under this Active Directory sites and services, we'll expand sites. Okay, then we'll go to default first site name, then we'll expand servers, and you will see all the subdomains available here. Server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4. Server 1 is our ms.com domain DC. Server 2 is our ADC. Server 3 we have created MySQL. Server 4 I think we have created it is sales I think, and it is the anyhow you will get all the domain controllers here in the server option. Let us say we want to enable this global catalog on server 3. So you will expand it, right click, properties, and it is by default enabled. Okay, you can check and uncheck here. If it is unchecked, you will check it and you will apply it. So this is how you will enable the global catalog on any server. All right, guys, is it clear or any doubt?
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay, so what is the use of this global catalog?
Saves logon time.
Saves logon time. So what information it is having?
It is
Data
index
of
a book.
Yeah. And can we have a forest without global catalog?
one global catalog is required.
At least one global catalog. And where it is installed by default?
Domain controller.
On the domain controller. We can't uncheck that option. Okay. So let us move forward. So guys, today we'll see DHCP, which stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So what is the use? Let us try to understand. Imagine you have 200 computers in your network and you want to configure the IP addresses to these 200 computers. And let us say the network is like 10.0.0.1. 0.0. This is your network. From this network, you will configure the IP addresses. And the range is like this, from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.255 IP addresses you need to configure. And the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. And gateway, let us say it is 10.0.0.255. And DNS is 10.0.0.1. Preferred DNS is 10.0.0.2. This is the configuration you need to done on all the computers. Okay, you have 200 computers. So you will go to each and every computer. Okay, and you will open the adapter. Okay, you will log on to each and every computer and you will open this adapter and cpa.cpl. And you will open this adapter. You will go to IP version 4 and you will configure the first IP address like 10.0.0.1. And subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. Default gateway is 10.0.0.255. And DNS is 10.0.0.1. and 10.0.0.2. This is the first IP address you have configured on first PC. Okay, then you will go to second PC. You will log on to that PC and you will open the adapter and you will configure the IP address. So in this PC, you will configure 10.0.0.2, subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Default gateway is 10.0.0.255. Preferred DNS is 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2. Then you will go to second PC, you will configure 10.0.0.3 and the other configuration is same. So approximately, let us say it will take 2 to 4 minutes. Let us say we are assuming it will take 2 minutes to configure the IP address on one PC. So 2 into 200, which means it will take 400 minutes to configure the IP addresses. We are taking the least value 2 minutes. So it may take 5 minutes as well. Okay, to reach the computer, log on to the computer. Okay, and then configure the IP address. So it is a time consuming process and there is a chance of error as well. So you, as a human being, we can make the error also. So to avoid this wastage of time and to make the task easy, what we do, we use the DHCP server. So in this DHCP server, you will take one server and you will install one service called DHCP. After installing the DHCP service, you will train this server. Whatever the information you have, okay, you will give it to DHCP server and you will tell this server, any device which is connected to network, provide the IP address from this range 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.255 and the subnet mask should be 255.0.0.0 and the gateway should be 10.0.0.255. This is the preferred DNS, this is the alternate DNS. So you will train the DHCP server. So when any device connected to the network, this DHCP server will provide the IP address automatically and immediately. Okay. So second PC will connect to the network. Again, this DHCP server will provide the IP address to the clients automatically or dynamically immediately. Okay, guys. So this is the use of DHCP server. So DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. If you have to configure, if we need to configure the IP address manually to hundreds of computers, it will take time. To save the time, we use DHCP, which will assign the IP address to all the devices connected to the network. So this DHCP server will assign the IP addresses automatically. So we can install the DHCP server on domain controller as well. So we have domain controller and the IP address of this domain controller is 10.0.0.1, but it will reduce the performance of this server. So it is recommended to have a separate server for separate service. So if you have a separate server, okay, you will install that server and connect it to the network. You will install the DHCP service on that server and you will configure the DHCP. But in our lab, what we will do, we will install this DHCP server on 10.0.0.1, but it is not recommended in real networks. You should have a separate server for DHCP. It is recommended to have a separate server for separate service. And IP addresses can be static IP address and dynamic IP addresses. What is the meaning of static IP address? Addresses are manually assigned and do not get changed automatically. So a static IP address means you will assign the address manually. You will go to the adapter and you will use this second option. Use the following IP address and you will type the IP address manually. So you can see we have configured this IP address manually. This IP address is called as static IP address. Okay, so IP addresses are manually assigned, and these static IP addresses, they are not changed automatically. If you want to change the IP address, you need to change it manually. And dynamic IP addresses are assigned automatically for a specific period of time and might get changed. So these dynamic IP addresses are provided by DHCP server. That is why it is called as dynamic IP addresses. And these IP addresses, which is provided by DHCP server, they will get changed, okay, after a period of time. They are not permanent IP addresses. So what is DHCP? DHCP assigns IP address automatically to the clients who are requesting for the same. So it will provide the IP address to the clients. These are the clients. Let us say this is our switch and this is our DHCP server. So these clients will request for the IP address to DHCP server, and DHCP server will provide the IP address automatically. And centralized IP management, so we can manage the IP addresses from a central point. You don't need to go to each and every device to manage the IP addresses. And DHCP prevents IP addresses conflict, and it will prevent the IP address conflict as well, which means it will provide the unique IP addresses. It will not provide the same IP addresses to multiple devices, and help conserve the use of IP addresses on the network. And it reduces the administrative task as well. How it is reducing the administrative task? You don't need to go to each and every device to configure the IP addresses. PCs will get or the end devices will get the IP addresses automatically. So besides IP addresses, DHCP provides subnet mask, default gateway, preferred DNS, alternate DNS. So it is not only providing the IP addresses, it will provide the subnet mask, default gateway, and DNS as well. And the complete information must be provided by the administrator to DHCP server. So we need to provide the complete information to DHCP server. Then only DHCP server will provide the IP address. If DHCP doesn't know what is the network range, what is the subnet mask, what is the default gateway, how it will provide the IP address to the client. So we need to provide it. We need to train the DHCP server. And guys, in Microsoft servers, if you are making any server as DHCP server, it must be authorized. Authorized means DHCP server must be a member server, must be joined to the domain. Okay, it should be a part of domain. Then only it can become a DHCP server. Otherwise, if you configure the DHCP service, it is not joined to the domain, so it will not, it can't provide. The Windows will prevent this server to provide the IP address. So this should be the part of the domain, and it can't be workgroup server for security reason. Why security? Guys, if you allow any workgroup computer to become DHCP server, so anyone can connect to our network and he will install the DHCP server and he will start providing the IP addresses. Okay, so if it is a part of domain, which means it is authorized by the administrator. Okay, that is why it is compulsory to be a part of domain, then only it can provide the IP addresses. And we need to create the scope. Okay, when we configure the DHCP server, we need to provide the scope. And what is this scope? Scope is the range of IP addresses that is available to be leased to the client. So from this scope only, it will provide the IP addresses. In DHCP server, we will create the scope. We will see how to create it. So guys, this DHCP, it will go through a DORA process. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of this DORA process. So what you will do, you will configure the client. Let us say you want this computer to get the IP address from DHCP server. So you need to select this option. First option, obtain an IP address automatically. Then you will click OK. Okay, when you select this option, this client, what it will do, it will send one discover message. This is your client PC and you have selected discover, obtain an IP address automatically. When you select this option, this client will send one discover message. It will broadcast this message to all the devices in the network and it will check. It will ask who is this DHCP server in our network. Client searching for DHCP server using discover message. Then this DHCP server will send the response back. All the devices will ignore this message. Only DHCP server will send the response and it will send one offer message. In this offer, let us say he will say that I have 10.0.0.10 IP address. Do you need this IP address? It will offer the IP address. So DHCP client, it will see the IP address and it will send the request. Okay, send this 10.0.0.10 IP address and other details as well, like subnet mask, default gateway, DNS server as well. Then DHCP server will send the acknowledgement. In this acknowledgement, it will send the IP address with other information. If you see here, it is sending the discover message and DHCP server is sending the offer here. I have XYZ IP address for you. Will you accept it? So client will send the request and it will say that, yes, I accept, kindly issue XYZ IP address to me and send the remaining configuration. Remaining configuration in the sense, subnet mask, default gateway, etc. Then server will send the IP address with other information. Okay, XYZ IP address is assigned to you. So it will assign the IP address to the client. And it is called as DORA process. Why it is called as DORA process? Discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. Okay, these are the short forms. So this is how the DHCP works. So guys, we have discussed what is DHCP server. Now what we will do, we will install this DHCP service first. So we will follow these steps. We will install DHCP service. Then we will configure the DHCP server. Configuring the DHCP server in the sense, we will train the DHCP server. We will tell what should be the range, what should be the subnet mask, what should be the default gateway, etc. So to configure the DHCP server, we should install the DHCP server. It is not installed by default. We need to do it manually. Okay, so you will go to the server and server should be the part of domain. And we need to log in with administrator and we'll install the DHCP service. So how will you install the DHCP service? You will go to server manager and you will select this option, add roles and features. Then it will give you the best practices like administrator account has a strong password, network settings such as static IP addresses are configured, etc. So you will click next. Then you will select the first option, role-based or feature-based installation. You will click next and you will verify the server name and IP address. Then you will click next and you will select this option, DHCP server. Okay, this is the service, this is the role here. Then after selecting it, you will click next, it is selected. Then you will click next, 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 then install. So it will install the DHCP service. After installing it, okay, installation is done. You will close it. Then you will go to the notification center and you will complete the DHCP configuration. You will click this option. It is called as post deployment configuration. Service is installed. We need to do the post deployment configuration. You will select this option. Then you will click next. And here, as we have discussed, it should be authenticated. Okay. And specify the credential to be used to authorize this DHCP server. You need to authorize it. So it will select the first option, administrator, ms.com administrator, then commit, close. Okay, so DHCP is installed. And how will you verify? You will go to tools. Then you will get this DHCP option here. It is installed. If it is not installed, you will not find DHCP here. Okay, guys, so let us install the DHCP. Okay, guys, so this is the server where we will install the DHCP service. So we'll log on to this server. We'll go to add roles and features. We'll click next, next, and the IP address and server name is correct. Then we'll click next, and DHCP is already installed. Okay, no issues. Let us log into the server. Then we install the DHCP service. Add roles and features. Then click next, 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 and we'll select this DHCP and we'll add features. So this DHCP server option is checked. Then we'll click next, 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 and install. So it is installing the DHCP service now. We'll wait for a few minutes. service is installed, we'll close this window. We'll go to this notification center and we'll do the post deployment configuration. Complete DHCP configuration. Here we need to authorize it. Next. Okay, and please specify the credential to be used to authorize this DHCP. So we'll go with domain administrator, username and password, and we'll commit it. It is authorized now. It is failed. Complete DHCP configuration. Next. Alternate credential. Why it is failed? Okay, it is failing this service. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Let me log on to this server. Okay, we'll go to add roles and features. It is collecting the information. We'll click next, 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 and we'll select DHCP server. We'll add features. Then we'll click next, 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 and we'll install it. Okay, so installation succeeded, and we'll close it. You go to notification center, complete DHCP configuration. We'll click next, commit. Okay, please restart the DHCP server since on the target computer for the security group to be effective. So installation is done, guys. And authorization is also done. We need to restart the server. So let this server to be restarted. Meantime, we will see how to configure the DHCP server. So guys, the installation is done, authorization is also done. We'll see how to configure the DHCP server now. So this is our requirement. All the DHCP clients should get the IP address from this range, from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.254. This is the range. From this range, they should get the IP address. And they should get this subnet mask, 255.0.0.0. And the default gateway should be 10.0.0.254. And guys, we should exclude these IP addresses, 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10 and 10.0.0.254. Why to exclude and what is the meaning of this exclude? Let us try to understand. So imagine, guys, in your network, you have 10 servers. And so on. So on the servers, we should configure the static IP address. We should not configure the DHCP IP address on the servers. It is recommended, okay, highly recommended to configure the static IP address. Why? If you configure the IP addresses on the servers from DHCP server, it gets changed. So after sometimes clients won't be able to access the servers. There will be a problem in the network. So we should configure the IP addresses. It should not be changed. Okay, and we'll configure the static IP addresses. So let us say we have configured the static IP addresses like this 10.0.0.1 on one server, 10.0.0.2 on the other server, 10.0.0.3 on the third server, and so on. And we have configured the IP addresses from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10 on the 10 servers. So these IP addresses are already configured on our devices, and it should not be assigned to the other devices from DHCP server. That is why we are excluding. If you do not exclude these IP addresses, what will happen? These IP addresses are already assigned, and DHCP server will also assign the same IP address to the other clients, and there will be a network conflict. There will be IP conflict in the network. That is why we should exclude this IP address, and we should exclude 10.0.0.254 as well. Why? Because this is the gateway IP address. It is already configured on the router. So we should exclude the IP addresses which are already in use, which are already configured. Okay. And to configure the above requirement, we need to create a scope. So as we have already discussed, to configure the DHCP, we need to create the scope. So you will go to tools, server manager tools, then you open DHCP option. You will get this window. Okay, you need to expand it. And after expanding this server -01ms.com, you will get this IP version 4 option. You will right click here and you will select new scope option. We need to create the scope. Then you will get this window. You will click next and you will provide the name to this scope. So we'll provide the name as scope 1. Then we'll click next. And guys, what should be the range? Range is from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.254 or 255. You need to provide the range here and the subnet mask 255.0.0.0, and this length is the slash value. In 255 we have 8 ones, so you will get the length 8 here. Then you will click next, and we need to provide the range of IP addresses to be excluded. So we have, as we have discussed, let us say we have configured the IP addresses on the servers from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10. Then you will add it. Then you will add it, and this range is added here. So here we have one option, subnet delay. So subnet delay, this is the amount of time in milliseconds that the DHCP server waits before sending DHCP offer. So it will wait for 0 seconds to send the DHCP offer message. You can increase or decrease the time as well. Then you will click next. And guys, here you will get the least duration option. So these DHCP IP addresses, they are assigned on lease. They are not permanent, as we have discussed. They get changed. So they are assigned on lease. They are assigned for a particular period of time. By default, this lease duration is 8 days. After 8 days, the IP addresses gets changed. Okay, so we can increase or decrease the lease duration. Minimum is 1 minute, maximum is 999 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Okay, we can increase or decrease the lease period. Okay, guys, let us say we have given 8 days. So after the 50% of lease duration is completed, let us say 4 days are completed, the client will send the renewal request. So it will, the computer will send the renewal request to DHCP server to keep the same IP address after 4 days, after completion of 50% of time. So this server will increase the time. Okay, server will renew the lease, and the client will retain the same IP address again for next 8 days. If the server is not available, let us say it has sent the renewal request, the client has sent the renewal request to server, but server is not available. Then client, what it will do, it will send the renewal request again when the lease duration is completed. 87.5% of lease duration is completed. Let us say it will send after 7 days. It has sent the renewal request after 4 days, but the server is not responding. Then it will send the renewal request after 7 days. Okay, after 7 days are completed. Again, if the server is available, the server will renew the release if it is available. If the server is not available at second time of renewal request, the client will not send the third request. It will wait for the lease to be expired, and the DORA process will take place again. Again, it will send the discover message, and the DORA process will take place again. So you will click next. Okay, so renewal, we will go with the default value 8 days, then we'll click next. And here we need to assign the gateway. Okay, so if you select yes, it will ask you for the gateway. If you select no, it will not ask you for the gateway. You will configure the gateway later. Okay, if you select yes, it will ask you for gateway, PDNS and ADNS. If you select no, it will not ask for any gateway, PDS and ADNS. We need to configure it later. Then you will click next. We'll go with yes, and we'll click next. And here, as we have discussed, if you select the yes option, it will ask you for the gateway. So we need to provide the router IP address. Let us say our router IP address is 10.0.0.254. You need to check with the network engineer. He will provide you this IP address, and you will enter the IP address. Then you will click next. It is added. Then you will click next, and here you need to provide the preferred DNS IP address. which is 10.0.0.1. Then you will click next. And if you have ADNS, you will provide ADNS information. You will click add. Then you will click next. Okay, it will take some time to authenticate, to validate it. Then you can see 10.0.0.1 and 10.0.0.2 are added. Then we'll click next. And you will get this Wins server option. So this Wins stand for Windows Internet Name Service. Is a legacy computer name registration and resolution service. It is an old service. It was used, okay, to resolve the name like DNS. Okay, nowadays we don't use this DNS service. If it is available in your network, you will provide the IP address of Win service. So we don't have any Win server. So what you will do, we will leave this blank and we'll click next. So if you do not already have Wins deployment on your network, do not deploy Wins related information. Okay, instead deploy the DNS. We'll click next, and we need to activate the scope as well. If you click yes, scope will be activated. If you click no, the scope will not be activated. We need to activate it later. So we'll click yes, next, then you will click finish. Okay, so here if you observe, if you go to scope, okay, it is giving this error mark. You will refresh it, it will be ready. You can see it is ready now. And if you go to scope 1 is created, and the range is, the network is 10.0.0.0. And if you go to, under this scope, if you go to address pool, you will get the pool from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.255. And these are the excluded IP addresses 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10. And here address leases means it will provide the IP address and it will have the information of that client here, like IP address and the MAC address of that client, which is having the IP address, which is provided by the DHCP server. So here, in this case, this DHCP server has not provided any IP addresses yet, so it is empty here. And in reservation, we'll see what is this reservation. We have a separate lab. Then router IP address, DNS server IP address, and this is the domain information in scope options. Okay, so then what we will do, we will go to client and we'll select this option. We'll go to the adapter and we'll select this option, obtain an IP address automatically. So this PC will get the IP address from DHCP server. From the network, we have specified in the DHCP server, in the DHCP node. And we have these commands, okay, to verify the IP addresses, ipconfig all, you will get the complete information with MAC address. And if you want to release the IP address, let us say your computer is having one IP address and you want to release that IP address. So you will use this command ipconfig/release. And you want to renew the IP address. So you will type this command ipconfig/new. It will renew the IP address. And let us say DHCP server has provided the IP address to client. It has provided 10.0.0.11. So it will have this information in this section, address leases section, and with MAC address. So in our case, we are going to use only one client. If you have hundreds of clients, you will get the list of IP addresses here with MAC addresses. So let us create the scope. We'll go to DHCP server. Okay, we'll go to DHCP. Then we'll expand this server. We'll go to IP version 4 and we'll create the scope here. We'll right click, new scope. We'll click next and we'll provide the name to this scope. Let us say it is scope 1. We'll click next and start IP address is 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.254 or 255, anything. And the default subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. Then we'll click next. And we need to exclude the IP addresses here. So let us exclude the IP addresses from 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10. Then we'll exclude 10.0.0.250. Let us say the default gateway IP address is 10.0.0.255. You will exclude it. So whatever the IP addresses which are in used in your network, you should exclude them. Then we'll click next. And the lease duration is 8 days. We'll click next. And yes, we want to configure this option now, which means we need to configure the gateway IP address, DNS IP address. Okay, so default gateway, which means what is the router IP address? 10.0.0.255. Then we'll add it. Then we'll click next. And here we are configuring we have configured the DHCP server on the domain controller, which is having the DNS. So it has taken the DNS IP address automatically. Let us click next. And Win server, we don't have any Win server. We'll click next. And we need to activate the scope. We'll click next, finish. Okay, it is giving the error here. Let us refresh it. Now it is working fine. So if you go to server option, you'll go to scope, you'll go to addresses, pool. So 10.0.0.1 start IP address and 10.0.0.255 is your end IP address. And this is the excluded range, 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.10. This is the default subnet mask. Addresses leases, so IP addresses are not provided to any client, so you will not get the information here. Reservation, we will discuss it. Scope options, router IP address, DNS servers, domain name. Okay, now guys, we'll go to this client and we'll check whether it is getting the IP address or not. So it will not get the IP address. I will tell you the reason. So guys, what should be the first IP address? What should be the IP address of this client?
10.0.0.11.
Very good. Because 1 to 10 are excluded.
Excluded.
Let us verify. Let us select obtain an IP address automatically. We'll go to adapter, properties. and we'll select this option. Obtain an IP address automatically. Let us see whether it is getting the IP address from DHCP server or not. CMD. IP config. So guys, if you observe here, it is getting the IP address from 192.168.140.0 network. The IP address is 192.168.140.135. So this is the default DNS server in VMware. So this problem you will face it. So what is the solution? You will go to DHCP server. You will go to settings. Then you will go to network adapters. Then you will go to custom, and you will select any switch here. Let us go with VM2. And you will select VM2 on client as well. Settings. Okay, it is the lab setting as, but in real time, you are not going to do anything. It will take the IP address automatically. VM2. If the reachability is there, it will take the IP address. Now guys, let us verify. Now what we will do, we will release the previous IP address, ipconfig / release. Then we'll renew the IP address, ipconfig / renew. We'll wait for a few seconds. Now guys, what is the IP address?
10.0.0.1.
10.0.0.11. This is the first IP address from the pool. Okay, other IP addresses are reserved. And if you see the subnet mask and default gateway and DNS server, if you want to verify DNS server, you will type this command, ipconfig / all. So you will get the DNS server information as well, 10.0.0.1. Okay. So this is how you will configure the DHCP server. Now guys, we'll see DHCP reservation option. So this option is a permanent IP address assignment. It is a specific IP. So if you, let us say you have one device, you have manager device, or you have some servers. You want to assign the IP address from DHCP, but it should be assigned permanently. It should not be changed over a period of time. So what you will do, let us say in our example, our computer name is workstation 1. Our computer name is workstation 1 and its MAC address is A, and you want to provide the IP address permanently, but it should be configured, it should be assigned from DHCP. So let us say you want to assign this IP address 10.0.0.100. This IP address should be assigned permanently to this MAC address. So you will take the computer name or MAC address and you will map it. So DHCP reservation is a permanent IP address assignment. It is a specific IP address within DHCP scope that is permanently reserved, okay, for least use to a specific IP. So as we have discussed, it will reserve the IP address for a specific computer. So reservation is done based on the MAC address. You will take the MAC address. Okay, you will take the MAC address of this computer and you will go to DHCP server and you will go to this reservation option. You will right click, new reservation. Then let us say the reservation name is workstation 1. You will provide the computer name. Better to provide the computer name. You can provide any name here. Then IP address 10.0.0.51 or IP address 10.0.0.100. Then you will paste the MAC address here of that IP address, and you will select add option. Then you will go to reservations and you will see this IP address is reserved for workstation 1. Then we'll go to our workstation 1. So the first IP address which is assigned by DHCP server is 10.0.0.11, but we don't want this IP address, we want 10.0.0.100. So you will get 100 here. It is permanently assigned to this computer. Let us do it. We'll take the MAC address. So how to get the MAC address? ipconfig/all. This is the physical address or MAC address. Copy. Then we'll go to DNS server. We'll go to reservation. Right click, new reservation. We'll give the reservation name as workstation 01. It can be any name, and the IP address to be reserved 10.0.0.100, and we'll paste the MAC address here and we'll click OK. So this address is reserved now. Now what we will do, this address is reserved. Now we will go to the client, but client will show 10.0.0.11 only. Okay, if you see here, it is showing 10.0.0.11 because it is assigned for 8 days. The lease period is 8 days, but we don't want this IP address. So we will release this IP address now. Config/release. IP config/release. Now we will renew the IP address. Okay, so the server will see the request is coming from this MAC address, so it will provide 100 now. Okay, guys, what is the IP address now?
Yeah, 100.
Okay, so if you want to assign a permanent IP address on to any computer, you will use the reservation option. So guys, we'll start DNS today. What is DNS? It stands for domain name system and translates the human readable domain names. For example, www.ms.com to machine readable IP addresses. So guys, whenever you try to access any website like ms.com, okay, this website, it is translated by this DNS server into IP address. So DNS, what actually DNS is? It is like a contact list in your mobile phone. So guys, whenever you make the calls using names, but in the background, mobile number is getting dialed. The same way, whenever you try to access any website in the background, it will access the website using IP address, not with the name. So without DNS, you need to remember the IP address. So guys, we have millions and billions websites available all over the internet, and to access the internet we use these names. Okay, we have given the names to all the websites. So if the names are not there, okay, like ms.com, cisco.com, juniper.com, hp.com, these are the names of these websites. If the names are not there, you need to remember the IP addresses of all these websites. You will access the websites using the IP addresses. So if you have one or two websites, you can remember the numbers. But guys, we have millions of websites and it will be very tough for human being to remember the numbers. So that is why we have assigned the name to these websites, but computers don't understand the name, they understand the IP address. So whenever you will open the ms.com website and it is mapped, this ms.com is mapped with this IP address 10.0.0.1 on the DNS server. This is DNS server and the IP address is mapped with this ms.com domain. So whenever you want to open the, let us say it is ms.com, and you want to open this ms.com website, so your request will not directly go to ms.com. The request will go to DNS server. The DNS server will check its database and it will see what is the IP address of this ms.com. Then it will send the IP address to your computer. Then your computer will use this IP address to contact the ms.com. Okay, so it is used to translate, okay, your IP address to domain name and domain name to IP address. So it is the contact list in your mobile number and you make a call using names, but in the background mobile number is getting dialed. So without DNS, you need to remember the IP addresses. So guys, DNS is installed in LAN and WAN. The LAN DNS is called as internal DNS. So in your LAN, this is your LAN. And guys, if you remember, when you install the domain controller, the DNS will installed automatically. Okay, so it is your internal DNS which is installed in your LAN. And we have a WAN DNS as well over the internet. It is called as external DNS. We'll see the difference between these two DNSs as well. So DNS is integrated with Active Directory. It gets installed with Active Directory automatically. So if you remember, we have installed Active Directory multiple times and DNS is also getting installed automatically. This is the Active Directory, domain services, and DNS is installed automatically. And this domain controller is having Active Directory and DNS service. So this domain controller is called as DNS server as well, because it is having DNS service installed. And each domain in forest required name that is called domain name. So guys, here we have installed the domain controller and we have given the name to this domain controller and the name is called as domain name. Okay, this ms.com is the domain name and each domain in the forest required the name. So each domain required the name. This name is provided by the DNS service. So we provide this name with the help of DNS. If the DNS is not there, we can't provide the names. Okay, so this is the work of internal DNS to provide the names to the domain controller. If we assign the name only MS, it is called as NetBIOS name. So guys, if you provide the name only MS without any extension, it is called as NetBIOS name. And if you provide the name like ms.com, MS with extension, it is called as domain name. And IP and PDNS is same because DNS is installed and domain controller. So why we are giving the same IP address, IP and DNS? Because we have installed the DNS on this server and the IP address of the server is 10.0.0.1. That is why the IP address and preferred DNS is same here. And guys, DNS has computer names with IP addresses. As we have discussed, that DNS server will have the computer name with IP address mapped. Okay, server 1, 10.0.0.1 IP address, server 2, 10.0.0.2 IP address, client 2, 10.0.0.3, client 3, 10.0.0.4, client 4, 10.0.0.5. So it is having the name with IP address. So how it works in your LAN? Let us say this client 2 has a shared folder, and client 3 wants to access this shared folder. This client 3 wants to access this shared folder. So what this client will do, it will open the command prompt and it will type this double slash in search, then computer name. Computer name is client 2, and then folder names. Let us say folder name is folder 1. So the request will not directly go to client. The request will go to the DNS server to check what is the IP address of this client 2. Client 2 IP address is 10.0.0.3. So DC will send the IP address to client 3, that the IP address of this client 2 is 10.0.0.2. So using this 10.0.0.3, or it is 3, right? Using this 10.0.0.3, this client 3 will contact with client 2 and it will get the folder. Okay, so the request will not directly go to client 2. This client 3 wants to access the folder in client 2. It will not, the request will not directly go to client 2. The request will go to DNS server. DNS server will check the database, and client 2 IP address is 10.0.0.3. So DNS will tell this client 3 that the IP address is 10.0.0.3 of this client 2. And DNS will resolve the client name to IP. So using it will resolve it, and using this IP address, client 2 will communicate with client 3 will communicate with client 2. So here, what is the work of this internal DNS? It performs two tasks. It resolves the host name to IP address and IP address to host name, and provides a unique name to domain like ms.com. If you don't have DNS service available on any server, you can't provide the name to the domain. So provides a unique name to domain like ms.com. If you see here, while configuring the Active Directory, we select this option, add a new forest, then we'll provide the name here. So this DNS will verify whether this name is unique or not. If it is unique, then it will allow you. If it is not unique, it will not allow you to provide this name. And DNS defines a hierarchy namespace where each level on space is separated by dot. So internal DNS, it will define the hierarchy as well, like mcsc.ms.com. It is also a unique name. azure.mcsc.com, it is also unique name, and this is the hierarchy. It is defined by internal DNS only. So let us discuss what is external DNS. So we have already seen what is internal DNS. It is installed in your LAN. External DNS is the public DNS that resolves the domain request from internet. Okay, so this external DNS, it is installed over the internet. So if you want to access cisco.com, the request will go to the external DNS. It will resolve the name to IP address. Okay, so guys, let us say we have cisco.com somewhere in US, and this is your computer. and you want to access the cisco.com. So what you will do, you will open the web browser and you will type this cisco.com URL. The request will go to cisco.com. Cisco.com will send the response back to you. So this is how we know how the internet works. But as a system administrator, you should know more than this. You should know how your packet flows from source to destination. Let us see. Okay, so let us say it is somewhere in US and you are in India and you want to open the website of this cisco.com. The request will go to the India DNS. Okay, each country has the DNS. Okay, ISPs are acting as a DNS server as well. So let us say the request will go to the India DNS. Okay, then this India DNS will forward your request to, let us say it is connected with Japan DNS. Okay, then Japan DNS, let us say it is connected with UK DNS. UK DNS is connected with US DNS. US DNS is having the cisco.com. So the request will go to Japan DNS, and Japan DNS doesn't have the information about cisco.com, what is the IP address. It will forward the request to UK DNS. UK DNS will forward the request to US DNS, and US DNS is having the information of the cisco.com. Let us say its IP address is 1.1.1.1. Then it will send this IP address to UK DNS. From UK DNS, the IP address will go to Japan DNS. Japan DNS, the IP address will go to India DNS. Then it will go to your PC. That the IP address of this cisco.com is 1.1.1.1. Then your PC will access this website using this 1.1.1.1. Okay. So let us say you want to install one web server. Okay, this is your web server, and you have created the website, and the website is hosted here. Okay, but if you want this website to be accessed over the internet, you need a public IP address. Let us say you have purchased this public IP address 72.163.4.185, but you can't provide this IP address to your users because it is very difficult to remember. So what you will do, you are in US, this server is in US, so you will contact the US ISP and you will provide the information to this US ISP. You will say that our IP address, our web server IP address is 72.163.4.185 and our domain name is cisco.com. So this DNS server, it will have this domain name plus IP address. This is the US ISP. Okay, and US ISP IP address is 72.168.4.1. Then you are in India, and let us say there is one user in India and who wants to access this website. So what he will do, it is connected like this. It is connected to India ISP. India ISP is connected with Japan. Japan ISP is connected with UK. UK ISP is connected with US. US ISP is connected with your US ISP is having this web server. Okay, so it will open cisco.com. Okay, and the request will go to the India ISP, but this India ISP is not hosting this cisco.com. Cisco.com is hosted by an ISP which is in US. So India ISP, first what it will do, it will check its cache. Cache means it is a temporary memory, and it will see what is the IP address of this cisco.com. So let us say it is not available. The IP address of cisco.com is not available in the cache of this India ISP. Then it will use the forwarder. Forwarder means it will forward the request to the directly connected DNS. So Japan ISP is connected with India ISP. So Japan ISP also will do the same thing. It will check its cache first. It is not available in the cache, the IP address of the cisco.com. Then again, it will use the same thing. It will use the forwarder and it will forward the request to UK ISP. UK ISP will do the same thing. It will check its cache. If it is available, then it will send the IP address. If it is not available, it will use the forwarder and it will forward the request to the US ISP. US ISP is hosting this web server. It is hosting this cisco.com and it is having this information. And the IP address of cisco.com is 72.163.4.185. Then it will forward it will send the response back to UK ISP and it will say that the IP address is 72.163.4.85. Then UK ISP will send the response back to Japan ISP. Japan ISP send the response back to India ISP. India ISP will send the response back to this India user and it will say that the IP address is 72.163.4.185. Then this India user will access this website using this IP address. This is how the external DNS work. So guys, whenever you open a website and if you get this message, this page can't be displayed. Okay, the problem is in DNS. This problem is related to DNS. And when you see this error 404, so which means there is a problem in the web server. The problem is there where you have hosted your website. Let me show you. The problem is here in this web server. Now guys, if there is any problem in neighbor ISP, so let us say this India user wants to access cisco.com. It will open the cisco.com, but this India user is unable to open it. Okay, due to there is a problem in the neighbor ISP. There is a problem in Japan ISP. Okay, so there is a problem in Japan ISP and this cisco.com is not opening here. So guys, can we access this Cisco website if there is a problem in the neighbor DNS? So guys, let us say there is a problem in Japan ISP, but still we can access this cisco.com website using this root server. We'll see what is this root server, and this root server is denoted by dot. So guys, if you see, this is our root server. So India user wants to access cisco.com. The request will go to India ISP. India ISP doesn't have any information about cisco.com in its cache. Then it will forward the request to Japan ISP, and Japan ISP is not working fine. Then it will send the request to root DNS. This root DNS is having the information of all the websites all over the world. Okay, so the request will go to root DNS. Root DNS will see it is looking for a .com website. So under this root DNS, we have .com DNS, .org DNS, .edu DNS, and so on. So it will see the request is coming for the .com DNS, then it will forward the request to .com DNS server. .com DNS server is having the information of all the .com websites like cisco.com, amazon.com, hp.com, juniper.com, etc. So the request will go to this .com DNS. Okay, and let us say it is having, so this server will have the IP address of this Cisco site 172.163.4.1. Then it will send the response to .com DNS. .com DNS will send the response to root DNS. Then it will go to India user. Then it will access this website. Clear, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Clear.
So guys, let us try to understand root server in detail. What is root server? Root server has information of all the websites all over the world. So there are total 13 root servers available all over the world. And the information about these root servers are available in DNS. So our India user wants to access the cisco.com. The request will go to India ISP. From India ISP, the request will go to Japan ISP. But this Japan ISP is not working fine. So this India ISP is having the information about nearest root server. Okay, it will try to contact the nearest root server. So our nearest root server in India is Japan. Okay, it is not an ISP. Okay, ISP is a separate thing and root server is a separate thing. So it will forward the request to Japan root server. Okay, the nearest the information about the nearest root server is available here in the India ISP. Okay, the information about this root server is available in DNS server, and it is managed. These root servers, these 13 root servers all over the world, they are managed by ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and they are installed in different countries. They are physically connected with each other using fiber cable. Guys, they are installed in different countries and they are physically connected. These root servers, 13 root servers are physically connected. And the request will go to DNS server. DNS server will check its cache. Okay. Here, the request will go to India DNS. India DNS will check its cache. Okay, then it will use the forwarder. So India ISP doesn't have the information about cisco.com. Then it will use the forwarder to check. Okay, what is the IP address? It will check the neighbor ISP. What is the ISP of cisco.com? And then it will send the request to. So it is not responding. Then it will send the request to nearest root server. We have 13 root servers. The root server will check the request to its .com server. .com server has entry of ISP where Yahoo server is hosted or MS server is hosted or Cisco. Whatever the .com server is available, it will check the request. Okay, if you see here, this is the India user. It will send the request to India ISP. India ISP will use the forwarder, and it is not responding. In that request will go to the nearest DNS root server. Okay, and it will check the request is for .com server. Then it will forward the request to .com DNS. .com DNS will forward your request to cisco.com DNS to get the IP address. And guys, we have authoritative DNS and non-authoritative DNS. Let us try to understand the meaning of this authoritative DNS server. So authoritative DNS server, imagine, let me here. Let us say the user, there is one user in US itself. US user, and he wants to access the web server. The request will go to US DNS, and US DNS is having the information of this cisco.com. It will not use the cache. It will not use the forwarder because this user US ISP is hosting this Cisco website. Okay, it is called as authoritative DNS. Okay, the DNS which is having the information about the server, it is called as authoritative DNS. And this India ISP doesn't have the information about this web server. It is called as non-authoritative DNS. Let us say there is one website like geo.com or any, yeah, geo.com. So this information is hosted in India ISP. Let us say the IP address is 2.2.2.2. Okay, so India user wants to open this geo.com. The request will go to India ISP, and India ISP is having the information about this geo.com, and it will, without checking the cache, without using the forwarder, it will send the IP address to India user. So this India ISP is the authoritative DNS for geo.com. And let us say one user in US who wants to access the geo.com, the request will go to the US ISP. US ISP will check its cache. It is not available, then it will use the forwarder. It will forward the request to the UK ISP. UK ISP will forward the request to Japan ISP. Japan ISP will forward the request to India ISP. So here US ISP is non-authoritative DNS for geo.com. So how to access the website? To access the website, we need fully qualified domain name. What does it mean, fully qualified domain name? Server name plus domain name. So guys, this is the method. If you want to access the website, like you need to type this command. You will open the web browser and you will type server1 ms.com or cisco.com. Okay, this is how you will access the website. This is the method, but we use www.ms.com. We will see how it is changed to www. The actual method is this one, but we use this method. We will see how. So how to access the website? So let us say the server name of cisco.com is server-03 and the domain name is cisco.com. So India user will, or any user will, open the web browser and he will type this fully qualified domain name, server name plus cisco.com. So DNS lookup process. DNS lookup is a process. Let us see what is the meaning of lookup now. Lookup means is a process by which IP address of one DNS record is returned for a domain name by a server and vice versa. So lookup means if you want to know what is the IP address of DNS server, okay, so you will type the name, you will get the IP address. Or if you type the IP address, you will get the name. It is called as lookup. If we send the domain name, DNS server will provide the IP address. If we send the IP address, DNS server will provide the domain name. It is called as lookup. Guys, remember this terminology. It is very important terminology. So guys, we have two types of lookup. The first type is forward lookup. Forward lookup means it resolves the name to IP address. This is the user and this is the DNS server, and you want to know what is the IP address of google.com. So DNS server will send the IP address. It is called as forward lookup. Forward lookup means name to IP address. Then we have reverse lookup. What is the meaning of reverse lookup? You will provide the IP address. This is the user and he is providing the IP address to DNS server. DNS server will provide the domain name. It is called as reverse lookup. Just 1 second, guys. So how to install the DNS server. So the server can be a member server or server can be in work group. It is not compulsory that the server should be the part of domain controller or your domain. And if you configure the IP address, okay, let us say the IP address is 10.0.0.1 and PDNS also should be same as IP address, which is 10.0.0.1. And guys, how to install the DNS? You will go to server manager, then you will select this option, add roles and features. Then you will click next, 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 and you will select this option, DNS server. So in our lab, DNS is already installed with the domain controller. We are going to use the domain controller as DNS server. If you are using a separate DNS server, then you need to follow these steps. You need to select DNS, then you will click next, next, then install. So DNS is already installed. Let me show you. We will verify. After some time while doing the lab, we'll verify it. So guys, DNS is installed, and as we have already discussed, DNS has two types of zones, forward lookup zone, and this forward lookup zone is used for resolving the host name to IP address, and it maintains the host to IP address mapping information. Then it is having some other zones as well. The first zone, it is called as standard primary zone. This standard primary zone is the master copy of all the zone information. Okay, this is the master copy, standard primary. Remember this point. And it is having the read write copy permission, which means we can create, delete, and edit the records. Okay, if it is a primary zone, we can create the records, we can delete the records, and we can edit the records. It is used to host the website, and this primary zone is used to host the website. So now let us see how to create the primary zone. You will go to server manager, then you will go to tools. Under tools, you will go to DNS. You will select this DNS option. Then you will go to DNS option. Then you will go to this forward lookup zone. Okay, DNS. Then you will expand this server 01 option. Under this server 01 option, you will have forward lookup zone. Then you will create this new zone. Then you will click next. And guys, as we have just discussed the primary zone, it is the master copy. You will select this first option. Okay, and it is having some other options as well, like secondary zone and stub zone. And this option is checked. Store the zone in active directory. So if this option is checked, what will happen? Excuse me, guys. If this option is checked, it will save the records in active directory, not in DNS server. Okay, so if the store the zone in active directory option is checked, then zone will be saved in active directory. This option is available because we have ADDS installed on the same server. So you are getting this option because our DC and DNS server is same. If active directory is not installed, you will not get this last option. So guys, we need to uncheck this option. Okay, so the information will be saved in DNS server. So member server, work group server don't have this option. So you will not find this option in member server or work group server. So we need to uncheck this option and we need to provide the zone name. So in our case, we'll provide cisco.com and it will create a file with cisco.com.dns file name. So here it is creating one file name. Okay, the name of this file is cisco.com, cisco.com.dns. This is the file name it will create. So guys, we have these three options here. Okay, and the default option is do not allow dynamic updates. So what is the meaning of this do not allow dynamic updates? So let us say this is your web server. You have hosted your website on this web server, and the name of this web server is server 01 and the IP address is 72.63.4.185, and you have provided this information to your ISP. Okay, it is mapping cisco.com with 172.163.4.185. Let us say you have changed the server name or you have changed the IP address. So the changes, if you select this option, you need to update the ISP manually. You need to contact the ISP and you will tell that we have changed the server name and the new server name is this, or we have changed the IP address and the new IP address is this. You need to manually update the ISP. And if you select this option, allow both secure and non-secure dynamic updates, which means if you change the server name, if you change the IP address, these updates will be updated automatically to the ISP. You don't need to contact them. So we'll go with this second option, allow both secure and non-secure dynamic updates. So we must contact the service provider to update the changes manually. And automatic updates, this option will update the changes like IP address, hostname automatically. And cisco.com zone, so this zone is created, cisco.com is created, and users can't access the zone using these two records. So it is having two records, guys. As we have discussed, automatically it will create two records, but these two records are not enough to access the DNS server. We need to create host and alias records manually. We need to add two records as well. Host record, it is used to translate the host name to IP address, and alias it will give you the alias name to the server like www. We need to create them manually. We'll see how to create them as well. And creating host and alias records manually. Guys, let us create this zone first. Then we'll create the alias and host record. Then we'll create the pointer record as well. So let us verify whether the DNS is installed or not. So you will go to tools and you will find this DNS option. If you try to add the rows, if you go to add rows and features and try to install the DNS, if you see, it is already checked and it is saying it is installed. Okay, it is installed automatically with Active Directory. Now guys, what we will do, we will create the zone cisco.com. We'll go to DNS. Then we'll expand this one, server. And here we'll right click on this server and we'll select new zone option. And we'll click next. So we are creating the primary zone. We'll uncheck this option. Why we are unchecking it? If you check this option, it will store the information in Active Directory. We want to store the information in DNS. Then we'll click next, forward lookup zone, and the zone name is cisco.com. And it is creating a file with this name, cisco.com.dns. Then we'll click next and we'll select this option, allow both non-secure and secure dynamic updates. It will update the changes to ISP automatically. Then we'll click next, finish. We'll go to cisco.com zone. So we'll go to, so this zone is created in forward lookup zone. And if you select this cisco.com, you have two zones created automatically, SOA and NS, but it doesn't have the host record and it doesn't have the, what do we say, alias record. Okay, so guys, what we will do, we'll create the host record. Okay, you will right click and it is having multiple records here, so we'll create new host and the name server 01. Okay, and our IP address is 10.0.0.1. So guys, in our lab, this is our IP address of DNS server. Okay, if it is a public IP address, you will provide the public IP address here. Then you will click add host. You can see server 1 10.0.0.1 is created. Then we'll create the pointer record. So to create the pointer record, you will go to reverse lookup zone. You will right click here, new zone, next, again, primary zone. You will uncheck this option, next, IP version 4, and you will provide the network ID. You need to provide first three octets of your network, which is 10.0.0. Then we'll click next. It will create the file name with this. It will create a file with this file name. Then we'll click next. Again, allow both non-secure and secure dynamic updates. Then we'll click next, then finish. Now guys, we'll go to client and we'll verify. So for that, let me check the settings. VMnet 2, and it should be also in VMnet 2. Yeah, VMnet 2. Now guys, we'll go to client. Now guys, what we will do, we'll ping the cisco.com. We'll try to ping with the URL, not with the IP address. So DNS server should translate it. Ping server1 dot cisco.com. It is unable to find it. So let us troubleshoot the things here. We'll go to DNS and we have cisco.com server-1, then in the reverse lookup zone, ping server-01 dot cisco.com. It is unable to find it. VMnet2, and let us see on DNS server one more time. It is also a VMnet2. Let us verify the IP address. Okay, the IP address you can see, it is not in the network. Guys, what is the problem? Hello.
Yes, sir. We need to create alias, sir.
No.
Maybe IP combination.
What is the IP address here on the client?
116.
It is not in the same network, right?
Yes, yes.
We have some settings for lab, I guess.
No. Actually, we had configured the DHCP
With the 10.
in our previous lab. Remember that? DHCP. Now, still it is asking, it is requesting the DHCP server, the IP address. And now DHCP server is not available. That is why it is giving this problem. 10.0.0. Let us configure 200. It should be in the same network, guys. 10.0.0.1. Sorry. Prefer DNS. Then we'll click OK. Then close. Now let us try to ping. Now guys, we tried to ping using fully qualified domain name server1 cisco.com, and we are getting the response with the IP address, which means it is resolving your domain name to IP address, correct? Any doubt, guys, still here?
Yes,
Okay, but here if you observe, we have this fully qualified domain name. We don't have the alias name. Okay, if you try to ping, it is not recognizing it. It is not finding the host with www.cisco.com. So we need to create the alias name. Okay, right click, new alias name, and alias name will be www and fully qualified domain server1 cisco.com. If you click OK, then if you ping with alias name, it is pinging. Okay, it is getting the reply from 10.0.0.1. Guys, is it clear till here, or any doubt, any confusion? Okay, so what is the use of DNS?
resolve the domain name to IP address.
Very good. Now, guys, this DNS is resolving the domain name to IP address. Correct? It is resolving or not?
Yes.
Others, you are available or
Yes,
not?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is resolving, right? We have given
Yes.
the cisco.com and it is resolving the IP address. Now let us try to access the website. We'll go to the Explorer and we'll type www.cisco.com. It should open the website, correct? Guys, it should open the website or not?
Yes, sir.
But it is not opening the website. What is the reason? Because we have not, did we create any website, guys, yet?
Not it. Yeah.
We need to host the website, correct?
Host.
We need to host the website. Website is not hosted yet. Only this part is completed. Let us say, let me take you to the diagram. Here, what we have done, we have created the DNS server here. But on this web server, we didn't host any website yet. We need to host the website. So how will you host the website using which service, guys? Any idea?
So IIS service.
IIS service. Okay. So guys, we'll have one short break, then we'll start a new topic. Okay, give me 5 minutes. So in this section, we'll discuss about zones. So what is zone? Zone is a database of DNS where all the records related to domain are saved. So here, this is the DNS server and this is the zone. We have created cisco.com one zone. Under this zone, we have the record. So zone is nothing but the database of DNS. Okay. If you see, it is having multiple records like start of authority, name server, host, alias. These are the records. So what is zone here? Is a database of DNS where all the records related to domain are saved. So you can see records are saved related to this domain and it is a database. So a DNS zone is used to host the DNS records for a particular domain. Cisco.com is a zone here and that contains the different records. It is having multiple records. And we have two types of zones. So guys, we have discussed lookup, we have discussed forward lookup and reverse lookup. Let us see the forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone. So we have two types of zones. One is forward lookup zone. The other one is reverse lookup zone. So this forward lookup zone is used to resolve the host names to IP address. So who is resolving this host to IP address? It is resolved by the forward lookup zone. And it maintains the host to IP address mapping information. Okay, forward lookup zone resolves the host name to IP address and it maintains the host to IP address mapping information. Then we have reverse lookup zone. It is used to resolve the IP address to name. Okay, who is resolving the IP addresses to name? It is resolved by reverse lookup zone. Okay, so each DNS record of your domain is created inside the DNS zone. This is the DNS zone, and each records are created. Okay, if you see here, it is having this reverse lookup zone, and we'll see the forward lookup. It is having this forward lookup zone as well. So it is having two zones, and it will have the records. So cisco.com here, cisco.com is a zone. Under this cisco.com, server 1 is a record. If you see, server 1 is a record, and IP address is also a record. So guys, we have discussed about zones. It is a database and it contains the records. So let us discuss the types of records. So you can see it is having SOA, start of authority record, NS, name server, host, alias. These are the different types of records. So first we'll see what is SOA or start of authority. So DNS start of authority record stores the important information about a domain or zone, such as email address of administrator, when the domain was last updated, how long the server should wait between the refreshes. So this SOA will have the information like administrator, email address, okay, when was the last time this domain was refreshes, and how long server should wait between refreshes. Okay, then we have NS, name server record. Name server stands for name server, and name server records indicates which DNS server contains the actual DNS record. Okay, so it is having this information. So let us see. NS record tells the internet where to go to find out the domain's IP address. So this NS record will tell the users where to go to find out the IP address, which DNS server you should go to find out the IP address. And SOA and NS, okay, it is not NA, it is NS. SOA, start of authority, and NS records are created automatically when we create a forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone. So when you create the forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone, you will find these two zones created by default. Other records must be created manually. Other records like host and alias, we need to create them manually. And let us see what is this host contain. Host contain the information like host name and IP address, like server 1 and IP address. And it is used in forward lookup zone because the forward lookup zone resolves the host name to IP address. So this host contains the information of the host and IP address, and this field or this record is used for the forward lookup zone. Okay, because the forward lookup zone resolves the name to IP address, and that information is available in this record. Then guys, we have alias record. So alias record is a type of DNS record that points your domain name to host name. So guys, if you remember, we have discussed that if you want to access the website, you will use the fully qualified domain name like server.com, server-01.ms.com. This is called as fully qualified domain name, and using this name only you can access the website. But let us say After some times you have changed this server name. You have changed the server name from server 1 to server 10. So how will you tell the user that you have changed the server name? You need to contact each and every user and you will tell that we have changed the server name. It is a big problem. So instead of that, what you will do? Instead of giving your server name, you will create one alias name. Let us say alias name is www. Okay, so instead of typing the server name, the users will type www.ms.com and their request will go to server 1. server1.ms.com. Okay, so here users don't need to remember your server name. After sometimes, let us say you have changed the server name to server 10. Still users don't know whether you have changed it or not. Again, they will use the same URL www.ms.com and again the request will go to server 10. In the background, the request will go to the server. Okay, and users will use this alias name to communicate your server. Then we have a field called PTR or pointer. This pointer record resolves IP address to domain. Guys, host is having the information about name to IP and it is used for forward lookup zone. And this PTR is having the information about IP to name. And it is used, this PTR is used in reverse lookup zone. Okay, so PTR records, we need to create it. Okay, it is not available here, but we need to create it manually. It is created in reverse lookup zone. So this PTR resolves the IP address to a domain, unlike a record. A record means host record, which points domain name to IP address. PTR records are used for reverse DNS lookup. Then we have one more record which is called as MX mail exchange. MX records are DNS records that are necessary for delivering the email to your address. MS record is used to tell the world which email server accepts incoming email for your domain. So MX is used for email server. If you have email server in your environment, you need to create this MX record. Then we have SRV record. The SRV record is a DNS resource record. It is used to identify computers hosting a specific server. Like SRV resource record are used to locate the domain controller for Active Directory. Okay, so it will have the information of domain controller.